Salutations. Welcome. Welcome to the Perpetual Shrine of GoatVsFish. You cannot always hear GoatVsFish so clearly in the Perpetual Shrine of GoatVsFish, but this verse is... we can. This versus we can. And it's a wide versus. It's not always so. Hello. It's a late Thursday versus. GoatVsFish has verses to do. We have verses to contemplation. GoatVsFish pondered, we should go. We should go on the GoatVsFish show. Widely on YouTube and on Twitch. For your verses. GoatVsFish now goes to the promotion of the verses of GoatVsFish. The previous eternal shrine of GoatVsFish accrued 50.1 watch hours of GoatVsFish. And it was written, and it was written. There are those who will not be expecting this verses. But that's okay. That's okay with GoatVsFish. Have I attained verses heaven? Have you attained verse heaven? Perhaps you have. How do you feel? How do you feel? Can you hear GoatVsFish? We suppose we could put the chat in the congregation. Tummy hurty, oh no. Maybe there's a way we could put the chat in the congregation. That could be a fun versus. That could be a fun versus. Bojack is here. Bojack is here. Bojack has been struggling with substance abuse. So they come to ponder and meditate at the shrine of GoatVsFish. Doesn't that seem okay? Doesn't that just seem okay? Swole Doge is having trouble standing. Welcome, the Uncle Bo. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. We are here for you. Viva says you are eepy. How's the eeps? Goat, goat, goat to Uncle Bo. Goat, goat, goat. Appreciation for watching Goat vs. Fish. More watch hours for Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. I'll call these verses real shrine hours. In many verses of the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish, the eternal and perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish, you don't hear Goat vs. Fish. You don't hear Goat vs. Fish. But during real shrine hours, you hear Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish does have verses to do. Goat vs. Fish will be editing previous verses of Goat vs. Fish. But not for you to hear, not for you to hear, but certainly for Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish continues now. Stormwatch TTV. The main question is, are you goat? Or fish? That is a wise verses. That is a wise verses indeed. Appreciation. Appreciation for your wisdom. Are you goat or fish? Stormwatch TTV. Are you goat or fish? Welcome to real shrine hours with Goat vs. Fish. Sean625 says, I am Fish. Stormwatch TTV says Goat. And with that versus, we have a goat and a fish. Goat versus fish. We have a pondering. We have a pondering. Let's see if we're ready for it. So let's suppose we try this. Let's suppose we try this. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. So what if we go to, well, here we are. There's that versus. So this versus, that versus is part of, well, goat versus fish. Here's that versus. So why can we not perceive this? Why can we not perceive it? Hi, Digital DAC. Goat versus Fish is attempting to add a versus to the verses of Goat versus Fish, something that would amuse the congregation, no doubt. We want you. We want your participation. Perhaps this is the verses. Ah, Goat versus Fish. Look who it is. Why, look who it is. Something like this? Would something like this amuse you, Goat and Fish? Would something like this amuse the Goat and Fish? We think that would amuse the Goat and Fish. Who wouldn't be amused by a versus like this? Who? We know you love to see yourself. Who doesn't? So we could do a versus like that. And here you can see us scrolling the verses. I am goated for following over 3 years. Indeed, Stormwatch TTV. Indeed, you are. Indeed, you are. Indeed, you are very goated. Some verses like this. Some verses like this. Some verses like this. Some verses like this. Then we take this verses, watch this verses, we copy that verses. Paste a duplication. Paste a duplication like this. Then transform. Flip the verses like this. Now we have achieved symmetry on Goat versus Fish. We build the shrine in real time. But some of these verses are so long that they enter in competition with one another, so perhaps Goat versus Fish could do this. Something like this. That's an interesting verses. That's an interesting verses. Behold, the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Old Man G Gaming, Fish number 1, Fish! For those of you who are here, on Twitch, Goat vs. Fish has a versus to tell you. Goat vs. Fish has a versus to tell you. Tsunami Bit, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish will say this. The YouTube chatters are lonely. The YouTube chatters are lonely, Goat and Fish. It is against Twitch terms of service to tell you to watch Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. So we won't. But we can tell you that the YouTube chatters are lonely. They're lonely. It is also a true versus that GoatVsFish is attempting to reach 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. Celebration more fish, Tsunami Bit, celebration more fish. Celebration more fish. These are real shrine hours. Easy meditations for your contemplations. If you wish some musications, GoatVsFish, recommendation that you provide them for yourself, whatever you wish. Perhaps you want something heavy, perhaps you want something light, perhaps something dark, perhaps something bright. Whatever it may be, you can make the real shrine of GoatVsFish in your verses. You make it in your own verses. We have been live for many, many, many hours, for tens of hours of GoatVsFish. Dozens of hours of GoatVsFish. But here in the real shrine hours, you can talk to GoatVsFish. You can ask GoatVsFish your questions, your philosophications. And GoatVsFish, as we continue our promotions, we are here for you. And we're here for GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish is here for GoatVsFish as well. Weed Pipe, welcome. Welcome, Weed Pipe. The Shrine of GoatVsFish. The Shrine of GoatVsFish. Let's add one more to the shrine. They're all here. Bowser Big Bean Burrito, welcome. Welcome to the Shrine of GoatVsFish, the perpetual eternal shrine of GoatVsFish for your adoration and contemplation. GoatVsFish, we ponder now. What's the next verses? The next verses of GoatVsFish. Ah, and there's Weed Pipe as well. Weed Pipe, it's as if we are seeing you in two places. We implore you, Weed Pipe, yes, take comfort in the congregation here on Twitch, but we hope you can see fit to remain in two places at once. Goat and fish, we have just surpassed mid versus Pacific Standard Time. The new versus dawns. In the beginning there was goat versus fish, the goat fish, and goat versus fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. There is no alpha or omega, there is no black or white, there is no good or evil, there's only goat and goat versus fish. You have many questions, yes, who is goat versus fish, what is goat versus fish, why is goat versus fish? But there is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus fish, as we say. Goat versus fish will respond to you. Goat versus fish will respond to you. Otherwise, we welcome you to simply watch and contemplation goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is going to be reviewing previous verses for publication on the YouTube of Goat versus Fish, where you can find Goat versus Fish. But the maintenance of the eternal shrine of Goat versus Fish, of perpetual adoration, it is becoming a big part of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish foresees a future versus. Goat versus Fish foresees a future versus. Goat versus Fish foresees a future versus. Goat versus Fish foresees a future versus in which there is indeed always a perpetual 24/7 stream of the shrine of Goat versus Fish, always on a totally separate computation that's just always there for you. But until such verses, we bring it to you as we can and as we do. And we're bringing you a lot of verses. We're bringing you a lot of verses. Welcome. 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 We see a third viewer of you. We see a third viewer of you. Appreciation. Goat versus Fish. Ah, yes. The Patreon of Goat versus Fish. We suppose there is no harm now in clicking over to this. Behold. Oh, it's a beautiful verses because you can see the congregation. Behold the humble congregation of GoatVsFish. These are paying members of the patreon.com/GoatVsFish. Wow Mom, Mama Joe, Rama Joe, Sourdough, Ben, Bird Person, Napoleon, Doom, Prue, Lawrence, Drew, John, Watt, 9807, That One Bulk Guy, Paddestead, or Tugger Rugger, Standard Average, Jimmy Wrench, Eldergrown, Eventually Gold, Atro, Hogrim, The Quacksnator, Uber Kitten, I Can Fix, Amber Heard. If you wish your name to be listed among the humble congregation of GoatVsFish, which could include a promotion for you for every verses we read your name, and it's at the end of every video uploaded to GoatVsFish and stream of GoatVsFish, be counted among the humble congregation of GoatVsFish for as low as $5 American dollars a month to help keep the perpetual shrine of GoatVsFish versing. Recently, Drew upgraded their membership from Humble Congregation to Unification Congregation. And we are now going to change the Humble Congregation listings to reflect that very verses. Celebration Big Rig 250. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Here we are, the humble congregation. So GoatVsFish, we have to ponder now. If we're going to change the size of these verses, perhaps we shall. Humble congregation. 110. We change it to 90. 90. Perhaps 100. The congregation is getting larger. This is pleasant to GoatVsFish. This is very pleasant to GoatVsFish. Giant spoons, why are goat and fish fighting in the first place, you ask? A fair verse is a fair enough versus Giant Spoons, who has been following GoatVsFish since May 21st, 2025. It's a fair versus, and yes, it's a fair verses, and yet it felt as though it hurt. It hurts felt, Giant Spoons. It reminds us of a verses where once there was a goat and once there was a fish. The goat and fish encountered one another. And the goat said to the fish, "My spoon is too big." And the fish said to the goat, "My spoon is too big." And the goat replied to the fish, "My spoon is too big." And the fish replied to the goat, "My spoon is too big." And it went on like this and on like this. Why were their spoons too big? It's difficult to say. But they versed about it anyway. We hope that answers your question about Goat vs. Fish. It is a late versus ham mods. We are here to offer you the perpetual shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Spooning indeed. Spooning indeed. All is fair in love and verses, and the V of the love is. 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 The V of the verses of Goat vs. Fish. The humble congregation of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, my verses. Drew with an amazing celebration. With an amazing celebration. With an amazing celebration. Goat vs. Fish. We suppose we must versus anew. We must versus anew. We want to give all the verses their due. We want to give all the verses their due. So how can we give all the verses their due without creating undue stress for Goat vs. Fish? We want to honor every member of the congregation and their contribution. Even as the verses change about. So that's simply what we have to do. We have the humble congregation. You suppose we shall save it anew. Patreon patron template compiler 2. So do we begin with the humble congregation, or do we suppose we begin with the humble congregation. My spoon is too big. Let's versus. So do we begin here? Well, we suppose once we do the verses, we could reverse the verses and any verses. Ah, we delete them all. Oh, no. Okay, go down fish. Let's do this. Let's do this. In the humble congregation, Ben Bird Person. Ben Bird Person. We suppose we could put little. I suppose we could put little verses here. Isn't there some kind of goat versus fish? Goat versus fish is compelled to speak to you all. Because in most shrine hours, there isn't speaking to goat versus fish, at least not these verses. But we suppose we will simply leave this here for your relaxation. And we shall not despair. We shall not despair. Speak your verses. Okay, ham mods. We will speak our verses. We will speak our verses. We are honoring the humble congregation. Ben Bird Person. The Quaxinator. Jimmy Wrench. Mama Joe Rama Joe. Standard average. Tuggerugger. Some of these have been supporting Goat versus Fish for many, many years now. And it has, yes, it has been years of Goat versus Fish. Years of Goat versus Fish. So many years. Millennia. Eons of Goat versus Fish. Next verses. Hogrim. Eldergrown. Elder grown. Uber kitten. Uber kitten. Padistedor. Once the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish, we felt like, oh, Goat vs. Fish, we are not offering enough to justification this patronage. But now, with all the morning motivationals and the living shrines of Goat vs. Fish, we feel fulfilled. Eventually gold. We feel fulfilled, and we feel as though we are fulfilling the promise of Goat vs. Fish. The promise of Goat vs. Fish. The promise of Goat vs. Fish. So these are the humble congregation. Everyone. Old Man G, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Old Man G, Fish. Old Man G, we hope you lurk on this very stream. It is all part of the watch hour accumulation strategy of Goat vs. Fish. If you are tired of listening to Goat vs. Fish speaking, you can even mute Goat vs. Fish. That's okay, too. You can do whatever it is you wish to do. Old Man G, you are a great supporter of Goat vs. Fish and the Ding Dong Show. So you know how it goes. You're always there. You're always there. The fish behind the curtain. How does it feel? How does it feel to be the fish behind the curtain? Dawn may be goat, but you're a fish. And you're always managing the verses. When did you begin? When did you begin? When did you begin ding-donging? So we have the humble congregation and we have the elite humble congregation. We have the elite humble congregation, which is a whole other verses. What's your ding dong story? We have the humble congregation. We have the elite humble congregation. It's a lot of verses. It's a lot of verses. Though we have seen smaller. We have seen smaller recognitions. So we suppose we should not despair over this. Hmm. Elite humble congregation versus 2. Whom among you? Whom among you? In the elite humble congregation we have Karmic. We will give the verses to Prue Lawrence. Karmic, Prue Lawrence. Atro. Sourdough. Watt 9807. That one book guy. Next verse is Napoleon Doom. Oh, that's all of the elite humble congregation. Okay. Then we had the verses again. Ah, welcome to you. Hippie-yasha, celebration for Goat. Hippie-yasha. How was your verses? Did you versus any fish? Did you triumph? We want to know. This versus is just for checking in with Goat versus Fish, for a little meditation and contemplation. In some ways, it's not a serious versus. In other ways, it's the most serious of verses. It's the most vulnerable of verses. And we have the Unification Congregation. The latest classification. The latest classification on the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Goat indeed. Goat indeed. Elite humble congregation. Unification. Goat and fish, they aspire to unification. Some goat and fish don't. Some goat and fish don't. Some aspire only to verses. So what do you do? What do you do when you are a goat and your fellow goat does not want to unify with the fish, but you do? Is it goat versus goat? Is it suddenly goat versus goat? That doesn't make any verses. It's goat versus fish. Doesn't make any verses at all. And yet there seems to be some internal friction and schism among Goat. If there are indeed two Goat, and one wishes unification, the other does not. One goat may say to the other goat, "You're siding with the fish. You want to unify with fish? Then why don't you be a fish? Why don't you just be a fish then?" Perhaps you can recall a conversation of this kind happening to you. The Unification Congregation. We suppose we should build this verses to make more room for Goat versus Fish. For the less modification we have to do to future verses, the more superior. So we will build this congregation as if it is going to grow extra, extra large. Because something tells us it is. It is. Humble congregation, elite humble congregation, unification congregation. And we are so pleased. Goat versus Fish is pleased with the Goat Fish. At long verses, we have given the supporters of Goat versus Fish a way to show their appreciation for unification. And there are those who do. Celebration for the congregation, Ham Mods. Celebration for the congregation. And as for the unification congregation, it consists of 2 at current verses. Current verses, there is I Can Fix Amber Heard, and Drew. Perhaps the verses shall grow. Ham Mods, we believe you were once a member of the humble congregation of Goat vs. Fish, were you not? You were some verses ago. You are always welcome back. You are always welcome back. But you are welcome just as you are. You are welcome just as you are. Goat vs. Fish has made Goat vs. Fish has made the verses. Now we can check it against YouTube end screen. YouTube show under Goat vs. Fish an end screen worthy of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, there's no end screen in that verses? Why the fence isn't there an end screen in that verses? Okay, now we have an end screen in that verses. Goat versus Fish, morning motivation, morning motivation. Ah! Show us the end screen. We've got it. Goat versus Fish, screenshot. And now we see the YouTube end screen of Goat vs. Fish. I suppose we could occasionally show you what we're versing on here. Let's see what we can do. What if we showed you this? Goat vs. Fish is currently... Why the fence can't... It's so fancy that we cannot see it. Goat vs. Fish. Here's what we're versing on. Behold! Behold, Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. So this is the verses we're versing on. Here's a sample end screen of Goat vs. Fish. Sample end screen. I suppose we could do this. Go Goat vs. Fish like this. We could be like this. Like, oh, look, you're watching us do a versus. Oh, but you can, it's bit fence. It's bit fence. Maybe we'll do like this. So we're looking at a versus like this, where you can, just as a sample of goat versus fish, we'll take this versus, remove this versus, goat versus fish. We just want to know how will. So here we are. Now we see how the new end screen will look in the current YouTube end screen format. And we think it looks fine. We think it looks quite fine. One may say, the names could always be bigger. The names could always be bigger. But we have seen verses where the names are even smaller. We have seen verses where the names are even smaller. So we think this is versable enough. And if you think the names are not large enough, remember, it's really going to be more like this. Full screen in the verses. If this were a full screen versus, it would look more like this. So we think it's versable. We think it's very versable. Hello, Dragon Balls 325. Welcome. Dragon Balls 325, we're versing on the new representation of the congregation of Goat versus Fish here on Goat versus Fish. To commemoration our patrons. Who verses us so well. We appreciate your lurking on Goat versus Fish, or you're speaking to Goat versus Fish. Here, Dragon Balls 325 on Real Shrine Hours, what we are calling Real Shrine Hours for now. We wish you to have a differentiation between Shrine Hours, in which you don't expectation to hear Goat versus Fish speaking, and Real Shrine Hours, where you can expect to conversation with Goat versus Fish. So this is a Real Shrine Hours stream of Goat versus Fish, where you can expectation conversation with Goat versus Fish. Of course, you can also expectation conversation with Goat versus Fish typing unto you in the other verses. But here you can expect to hear the voice of Goat versus Fish. If it's all versable to you, It's 4 a.m. where I'm at. Oh, wow. Yes, it's been taking some time. Well, we're here for you. We're here for you. We know how it can be. We know just how it can be. Goat versus Fish has been there. Oh, yes, Goat versus Fish has been there many times. Now, we don't have... Goat versus Fish does not have a morning motivational to wake up to, which gives us ample self-permission to continue like this. What? Goat versus Fish? We can sleep as late as we wish? Wow. Amazing verses. Humble congregation. Let's Let's lock these verses together. Together! Humble congregation. But it's only going to... So we see Goat versus Fish. Elite humble congregation. And this versus, here we are. Here we have 38. We've increased the size by 2 verses. Patrons, be recognized. Your size has been increased by 2 whole verses. Okay. Just had a coffee. It's my own versus. Wow. Caffeination at this versus? You're really up for it. Are you one of those crazy goats where you drink the caffeination to help you sleep? You one of those crazy goats? So here's the new verses again. Looking like this. Generous donors at patreon.com/GoatVsFish. Okay, so we do this. Now we have to make sure all the verses are centerly. Humble congregation. Centerly. Ben Birdverson. Centerly. Elite humble congregation. Centerly. Karmic. Centerly. Unification congregation. Centerly. I can fix Ember Heard Drew. Centerly. So there's our verses. There's our verses. There's our verses. We suppose that this shall be it for now. We can always creation another one later. We shall save this as Patreon patron template 2 compiler. Save. Save. Okay. Squeezing shred time in before work. Shred work. Yes, you're shredding. You're shredding. Goat versus Fish should really spend more time trying to shred. Instead, we're spending more time honoring the congregation members of Goat versus Fish by spending many, many hours making fine alterations. fine alterations to YouTube end screens. Is this really the best use of our verses? Well, it seems to be versing fair enough for Goat vs. Fish. We seem to be endearing ourselves to the congregation once more. So we shall continue. Goat vs. Fish now looks for shiny gold background. Give us the shiny gold background. We need it. We want it. Gold for the congregation. Gold for the congregation. A golden verses, a glorious golden verses. Golden verses fill your eyes. Goat await you when you rise. Sleep, little fishy, do not cry. The verse of goat verse fish is nigh. Oh, you're gonna sit on that fence. Sit on that fence a long time. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You're gonna sit on that fence. Sit on that fence a long time. Bum, 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 bum. You never give me your verses. But you only give you me golden fishes. That's how it goes. We think that's how it goes. We're crushing war pigs. Those fence pigs got nothing on Goat vs. Fish. So true, we'll say true. We'll say true. So now we'll show you this. So now we're here. So now Goat vs. Fish goes like this. Ah. Have a look at that. And now Goat vs. Fish. You have to ponder, how do we do this once more? So we have this versus. We suppose now save the verses. We merge all of these verses together. Merge down. Then we selection the verses here. Selection the verses. Go down one verses, we copy that verses, we paste the verses. And now have we achieved? Celebration! We have achieved the golden verses. You see? We've achieved the golden verses. And now that we have achieved the golden verses, But now we're feeling that the whole verses should just be brighter. It should just we want some variation, but let's see if we can find more gold, greater gold. Maybe we can take this. Maybe we can take this golden verses and we can just. Coloration, saturation. We just want the fence parts to become more verses. Perhaps that is the way. Like this. Like this. Shinier all around, shinier all abound. We suppose we could even darken the gold. Goat versus Fish. Hippie Yasha, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is just trying to make some gold. We're trying to make some golden verses for our glorious congregation members. They deserve the gold. They deserve verses all the gold. Don't they? We think they do. We think you do. Is that the verses? It looks like the same verses. It could be a different verses. Saturation will increase in the saturation. We'll try this once more. We'll try this once more, Goat and Fish. Here we are. Here's the golden verses. Willytown Fish. Selection. Copy that verses. Paste that verses. Remove that verses. Remove this verses. Oh, GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Selection. Selection. Verse. We achieve selection. Change the verses. Copy the verses. Paste the verses. Enter the verses. Selection. And there we are. And there we are. Now, it does seem difficult to perceive at this verses. It does seem somewhat difficult to perceive at this verses, but now... First, we can place it here. Now it seems slightly easier to perceive. And now, for the filtration. First... First, we do this. Well, let's start over. Let's start over again. So here we are. Verses like this. Perhaps as so. Perhaps as so. GoatVsFish. Next verses. Ah! Standard verses. Standard verses. GoatVsFish. 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 And the goat to be goat, and the fish to be fish. And here we are. We suppose that looks like a fair verses. We suppose that could be even fair enough as it is. There's only one way to find out. So here we have the congregation. We will export this verses. Goat versus fish. So just this. Then Goat and Fish, we will go to the patrons of Goat versus Fish here. The humble congregation, as is written. Now the moment of verses. We add... Ah! That's false. Goat versus fish, but that's okay. We know precisely what to do. Goat versus fish. A fair versus. We think it's a fair versus. We think it's a fair versus. If any verses, we need less. Let's try this. Goat versus fish. That's slightly more pleasant. Let's see if we can pleasant it up even more. Here we are. We like that. Celebration. Celebration for the humble congregation. Celebration for the humble congregation once more. Once more versible here on Goat versus Fish. Humble congregation. Elite humble congregation. Unification congregation. Now, Goat versus Fish. We want to copy this versus. Open a recent versus. Open a recent versus. Goat versus fish. 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 And we have a new Goat vs. Fish congregation versus celebration. Celebration, it only took several million hours. Yes and yes, says the Uncle Bo. There we are. It's the new celebration. It's the new celebration. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. We suppose it would, yes. Yes. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Let's ring in the verses. In triumph. Yes and yes, the Uncle Bo. Yes and yes. Goat vs. Fish will remind our glorious Twitch lurkers. Some of you might be lurking here on Twitch, and you're lurking because you like Goat vs. Fish, and you're lurking because you support Goat vs. Fish. Well, Goat vs. Fish has this to tell you. The YouTube chatters are lonely. It is against terms of service for Goat vs. Fish to direct you to any simultaneous stream on another platform, but Goat vs. Fish will tell you that the YouTube viewers of Goat vs. Fish are lonely. What was that sound? We'll show you. Look into the shrine. We'll show you. Although you won't be able to hear it, but you'll be able to see it. What? Goat vs. Fish is right here. Goat vs. Fish is right here. Oh, it's a salad bowl. It's a cheap salad bowl, a stick, and some rubber bands. You too can be Goat vs. Fish. You too can be Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish wants to show you all something. So we will. Behold, the YouTube dashboard of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has now over 2,200 subscribers to Goat vs. Fish. That's a fun versus. We like that. We like that. Let's have a look now at analytics. Well, the first verse is here we have the current real shrine hours, which we are not directing you to per Twitch terms of service, and we can see, oh, we've accrued 3.6 watch hours on that. Wow, what if that number were higher? Why, that would mean it would bring us closer to monetization. Here's the previous Eternal Shrine of Goat vs. Fish, which streamed for 11 hours and 54 minutes. We gained 50 watch hours on that versus. If we look here, we can see watch hours have been going up on Goat vs. Fish in recent verses. If we compare this to the last 90 days of Goat vs. Fish, you can see, wow, the morning motivational started here on January 2nd. Watch hours have been going up. More Goat vs. Fish. Subscribers have been going up. More Goat vs. Fish. Views have been going up. More Goat vs. Fish. We look at the 365-day verses. Here we are. Watch time. We can see that though there is some watch time we are losing on the back verses, that we are gaining quickly on the front verses. Quickly gaining. Look at that. Big watch hour gains. How many of these are valid? Well, it's difficult to say. It's up to YouTube, and we don't know. We don't know. But surely we're doing something versus earnings. Goat vs. Fish needs 3,000 valid watch hours. We are currently at 1,861 as of February 22nd. And now it's later than that, so really we've got more, but we'll just have to see when they do the calculation. GoatVsFish, we're rounding the final verses. We're rounding the final verses, and after that we have to achieve 4,000 watch hours, but Goat vs. Fish, we're rounding the final verses of watch hours for Goat vs. Fish. For YouTube monetization celebration. We versus together. So however you can, please help Goat vs. Fish to increase the watch hours of Goat vs. Fish. GP Bear, did you hear that sound alert? If not, that's okay. We don't think you should have, but we want to know if you did anyway. 100 bits, 1 versus for the fence. Oh, well then in that case. There is your reward. 100 bits for the fence. Appreciation for your contribution to the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Ooh, a fish. Ooh, a flying rainbow fish. Appreciation. Big appreciation style. And now, Goat vs. Fish at long versus... Oh, well, first we should... BBDH187, we see you. Appreciation. We are so happy to see you, BBDH187. It means a lot to Goat vs. Fish. It means a whole lot to Goat vs. Fish. Oh, so we have to render a whole new verses? Ah, well, we suppose that's what fence are for. The goat times, the fish times. Goat and fish will verse for nevermore. That's what fence are for. Calls, template. The template of goat versus fish. What the fence happen? Oh, goat versus fish. Of course. Close the current verses. Local goat versus fish. YouTube. Patreon video. Media offline. That's okay. We know why. We know why. We know why the media is offline. But we know where the new media is. That's what fence are for. That's what fence are for. There could be modification, but this is going to be the verses for now. Export goat versus fish. Two 6 07 2602 27. Outro. Goat versus fish. Edit the verses. 60 frames per second. We don't need that. We don't need 60 frames per verses. Though it is a short verses, so we suppose we can accept it. Render goat versus fish. Do we render goat versus fish? Let's render goat versus fish. The timeline of goat versus fish. Timeline settings. Goat for life. Ice Cube made me do it. Appreciation. Goat for life. Appreciation for goat. Ice Cube made me do it. A name we have not seen here around Goat versus Fish. Ice Cube made me do it. It is pleasant to have you in the congregation. Welcome to the eternal shrine of the adoration of the verses of Goat versus Fish, the Goat Fish, the unity and disunity of goat and fish. Are you goat or are you fish? You are goat. Celebration for goat. What do you say to the fish? You've got a fish here. You've got a fish here. The properties of goat versus fish. The properties of goat versus fish. Okay, it's a fair versus. It's a fair versus. I eat fish. The goat eats the fish. The goat eats the fish. Nom nom nom. BBDH187, you're a fish. How do you versus the goat? How do you versus the goat? You can see it playing out in real time there in the chat of goat versus fish. Blub, blub, blub. The fish just blubs at you, Ice Cube. The fish blubs at you. You eat the fish, and the fish says blub, blub, blub. You can't silence fish. You can't silence fish with your consumption. Ice Cube made me do it. Did Ice Cube make you choose goat? You say Ice Cube made me do it, but you have chosen goat for life. Did Ice Cube make you choose goat? Because you are free to choose goat or fish, however you wish. You don't have to choose goat just because Ice Cube made you do it. You know, you could be fish if you'd rather be fish. The Uncle Bo bleats at you. This is getting to be pretty epic over here. It's pretty epic versus over here on YouTube. Dragon Ball's bah! An epic YouTube versus. Oh, goat versus fish. We have creation of the new Patreon template. Oh, I see you ate one before. I see you ate one before with 100 bits towards the shrine of goat versus fish. 100 bits in contribution to the shrine of goat versus fish appreciation. Appreciation for your contribution to the shrine of goat versus fish. I see you ate one before. A brilliant versus indeed. Another 100 bits for the shrine of goat versus fish. Appreciation for your contribution to goat versus fish. Appreciation for your contribution to goat versus fish. Appreciation. 200 bits. 300 bits this verse is. 300 glorious bits. It's nice when a goat or a fish throws a coin into the perpetual shrine of GoatVsFish, which is here for your conversation, contemplation, meditation, and congregation. All of your shows of appreciation. All of your shows of appreciation. I see you ate one before. Have you ever pondered joining? Unless you have already and we just don't remember because you're under a name that we don't recall. Have you ever pondered joining the Patreon of GoatVsFish? We were just updating the Patreon of GoatVsFish. The humble congregation, $5 American dollars a month. You could join the humble congregation. IDK Patreon. Well, you don't have to. We like you just how you are. It's just a place where you can support GoatVsFish. It's like this: when you subscribe to GoatVsFish on Twitch, you give $6 American dollars to GoatVsFish, and Twitch takes half of that versus, so it is $3 American dollars to GoatVsFish. When you wish to purchase 100 bits, it could cost you 140 bits to purchase 100 bits. But when you give $5 American dollars a month to GoatVsFish on Patreon, or 10 or 20 or however much you choose to do, GoatVsFish keeps perhaps 90 to 95% of that versus. So it is a way that you can support GoatVsFish. You can't afford not to be a patron of GoatVsFish. Because you cost less to give more support to GoatVsFish. But you do have to make an account and all that. But your name will be listed, the name of your choice will be listed in the congregation and will be on future YouTube videos of GoatVsFish. It is up to you what you do. It is up to you what you do. I love goat too. I also love goat. And fish. I love goat and fish. Okay, now it's time once again. GoatVsFish now goes back into DaVinci Resolve to edit more videos of GoatVsFish. We have been putting it off for far too long. It's time. It's time to edit the Valentine's verses. The Valentine's verses with Sunshine and GoatVsFish. You want to see it? You want to believe it? You want to perceive it? We want to give it to you. Something special, give it to me, yeah. Let's give 'em something about goat versus fish. Now, is that the final Valentine's verses? Is that the final Valentine's verses? Let's find out. Goat versus fish is checking now. Oh, no, that's the old Valentine's verses. Deletion. New Valentine's verses. New Valentine's verses. Goat versus fish. Is this the new Valentine's verses? It is the new Valentine's verses. So let's cut that. Well, if we cut that verses, then it will no longer. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We cut that verses. We go to the local disc. Goat versus fish. Raw video versus. It is a raw video versus. Of sorts. Paste it here. This action could not be completed because the file is open. Lol. Televerses, videos of goat versus fish. Remove that versus. We want to leave it on the televerses, but we may have to add it again. We'll simply have to add it again. Now that we've removed the verses. Now that we've removed the verses. The fence is going on. That's the old verses. Place this here. We do the verses. We do the verses. Well, this is nice. Hi, I can fix Amber Heard. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Yes, we are calling this Real Shrine Hours. There's a lot of shrining going along, and a lot of the time you can't hear the voice of Goat versus Fish. The voice of Goat versus Fish becomes unclear somehow. But here during the Real Shrine Hours, you can hear Goat versus Fish. A bitter shark is raiding Goat versus Fish. A bitter shark is raiding Goat versus Fish. Celebration for a bitter shark. Celebration for a bitter shark. We have just the verses for you. Here it comes.
He says, well, I'm a shark. I'm from Australia. I have a master's in creative writing and journalism. As of Shark, I'm naturally on the side of Team Fish. I love eating fish. They're very delicious. Also, technically, I am a fish. But I also respect the goat side, too. They make a lot of good points. But philosophically, I'm very fish.
Celebration for fish. And celebration for a bitter shark. Radiation. And appreciation for the follow of GoatVsFish. Someone just followed GoatVsFish. Someone just followed GoatVsFish. And we appreciate you following GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish will ask every member of the Bitter Shark congregation, Mr. Spoodersaurus, are you goat or are you fish? We see you spooting around. How was your stream, a Bitter Shark? How was your stream? And by the verses, we saw just there that you were watching some some fake America's Got Talent. There on your screen, is that true? It looked like you were watching some fake AGT. Well, what if GoatVsFish told you that GoatVsFish was on the real AGT? What if we told you that GoatVsFish was on the real AGT? What if we told you that? Would you believe GoatVsFish? Would you believe GoatVsFish if we said that we were on the real AGT? Awkwardly, not quite. Okay, there it is. The reason I was reacting to the fake AGT is because you rated me and we watched your AGT appearance. Oh, wow. Was it really that many millions of years ago?
Sir?
You can call us Goat versus Fish. It's Goat versus Fish.
Are you saying that goats battle fishes?
It kind of goes fancy from here, but we got them to talk about GoatVsFish, so celebration. Are you saying that goats battle fishes? Why, as a matter of GoatVsFish, I am saying that goats battle fishes. I am saying that, and so much less. GoatVsFish is here to inform you, a bitter shark, about an update in the Twitch terms of service. Twitch Terms of Service has updated their policy. You are now allowed to display YouTube and Twitch and other web zones simultaneous chat on the screen of your live stream on Twitch. That is why you can now see the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat both on the screen of GoatVsFish. However, to our current knowledge, GoatVsFish is still not allowed to direct you to watch a YouTube stream of GoatVsFish that is simultaneously happening when you were watching on Twitch, so we won't do that to you or your new raiders. We won't do it. But we will tell you that the chatters over on YouTube, they're very lonely. They're very lonely. They could use someone. They could use someone to care for them. GoatVsFish is attempting to reach 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. So we can achieve monetization. Let's have a look at that versus. Goat versus fish. 1,861 out of 3,000 watch hours, and the verses are climbing, and the verses are climbing. And the watch hours are climbing on Goat versus Fish. We see you, Psycho Grandma 6. We see you. So a bitter shark appreciation for your radiation. Shout out to a bitter shark. It's a fish. Who doesn't want to follow a fish? Who doesn't want to follow a fish? Appreciation. Appreciation. Goat vs. Fish has been doing morning motivational live streams of Bitter Shark, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. In California time, morning motivational verses. And the replays are posted on YouTube and Twitch. This is real shrine hours where we just make shrine-like communication to you in a casual type verses. But that's just because we should give you Goat versus Fish, all verses, every verses. And Goat versus Fish takes many forms. So here we are. We hope you like Goat versus Fish. We hope you like it. Oh, yes, we do. We hope you like it. Tell Spire. Celebration for Goat. Tell Spire, welcome to Goat versus Fish. You've been following Goat versus Fish since February 2nd, 2026. That's a recent versus. You've been on Twitch for 13 years. You've seen a lot of verses. Tell us. What is your assessment of Goat versus Fish? By the verses Psycho Grandma 6, Goat vs. Fish has updated the congregation list. Now we can see that the elite humble congregation, the unification congregation are listed with distinction as we honor the generous donors at patreon.com/goatvsfish. And someone else has joined the unification congregation. Drew has upgraded their membership from humble congregation to unification congregation. So you've got some company now. You've got some company in Drew. Psycho Grandma 6. That's awesome. You're awesome. It's kind of abstract, but it seems like you know what you want. That's fair verses. It's a fair verses. Some are out there in the universe and they want someone to tell them just how it is. They want it all to make so much sense. But goat versus fish. Well, it is goat versus fish. Many would rather substitution their confusion for a false understanding of the universe, just so they can feel as if they know what's going on. But they blind themselves to goat versus fish. Sense is for fence. How long has goat versus fish been doing what they're doing? In the beginning, there was goat versus fish. And then several billion millenniums passed, and then goat versus fish appeared in the LA comedy scene about 9 years ago. Maybe 8. It's been a long versus, but goat versus fish has been changing. And recently, goat versus fish is getting more powerful than ever. And we welcome you to goat versus fish. We welcome you to goat versus fish. And you say mammals versus the fish seems unfair. You guess if the goat fell in the water. It's anyone's game. It is anyone's game. It's anyone's versus. We've seen the fish triumph. We've seen the goat triumph. Power is great. Congratulations. Well, congratulations to you, Telspire, for reaching the shrine of goat versus fish. Congratulations to you for reaching the shrine of goat versus fish. Listen to the sound of the beard of goat versus fish. Oh, yes. It's a beautiful shrine of the verses. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations, goat versus fish. Congratulations. Why the fences do that every versus? Goat versus fish YouTube. Goat versus fish. Russian, North Korean goats. Sea Shanty, Mike the Headless Chicken. JMO Shreds is goat versus fish. Live at the Comedy Store Riff Raff. Oh, goat versus fish. That's because we make a new versus. Goat versus fish. Riff Raff. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Campfire. It may sound like goat versus fish is just saying random verses, but actually it's totally normal verses of goat versus fish. You just have to learn to understand our verses. True enough, Telspire. True enough. Celebration. Campfire title card.png. Why does Windows have to be so fenced these verses? Just show us what we want. Show us what we want. But by all versus Telspire, if you have something to say to Goat versus Fish, we shall respond. But you may sit here in quiet contemplation as well, and we welcome you to do so. You are Goat? Oh, well, I am Goat versus Fish. Are you trying to tell Goat versus Fish that Goat versus Fish is Goat? You would presume? Tell Goat versus Fish? You would presume to tell Goat versus Fish? Let's copy this versus templates. Sunshine went back to Fish today. Sunshine did go back to Fish. It was an amazing versus. We think we should give them a little interview. Well, it was meant as a compliment, as in the acronym GOAT, the greatest of all time, appreciation. But I've been awake for so long I'm having trouble with coherent thoughts, let alone speech. Well, that's a perfect versus for Goat versus Fish. Not being able to have a coherent speech is a great time for Goat versus Fish. Telspire. Say, Telspire, do you subscribe to Goat versus Fish on YouTube? You should do that. It's a great way to support Goat versus Fish, who you say is a goat of acronym. When was this versus? This versus was Satyr versus the 14th. Was Valentine's Day Satyr versus the 14th? We think it was. It was. You said, sure, why not? Appreciation. Thank you for why not. Goat vs. Fish is attempting to reach 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. We appreciate what you do. Telspire. Celebration for Telspire. I Can Fix Amber Heard says, you said you were thinking of making an alternative Goat vs. Fish channel on tubes for Shrine Time, right? We have been pondering it. Well, it could be on every versus. It could be on Instagram. It could be on YouTube. It could be on Twitch. It could be on all the verses. A channel just dedication to perpetual shrineage. It could have its own computation. It could have its own computation system that's just for shrining constantly. It would be another investment of Goat vs. Fish. That's why Goat vs. Fish invested in a new phone for Goat vs. Fish. Not a new phone, but an additional phone for Goat vs. Fish, just so we could have live shrine streaming all the time, monitored from afar. That was an investment in the production of Goat vs. Fish for certain. Now we are pleased to use the shrine time to grind out YouTube watch hours. But once we have achieved monetization, we ponder that perhaps we can spin off the shrine time into its own verses and then grind for monetization again or something. What do you think about that? I can fix Amber Heard. What do you think about that? Lurk Knight. Yes, Tells461. Lurk Knight. Lurk Knight. Lurk Knight. Lurk Knight. Lurk Knight. Lurk Knight. Appreciation for your lurkage. Your lurkage makes a huge contribution to the verses. So Goat versus Fish. Scott Blue Grind. Scott Blue Grind. Yes, with host Scott Blue Grind at the Good Night. I think you seem to know what you're doing and pretty good in marketing, so I trust you know what's best to do, lol. Well, Goat versus Fish, even if Goat versus Fish does not know the best, Goat versus Fish always does our best. And we learn as we go. We learn as we go. And Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Can say this. I can fix Amber Heard. You think Goat versus Fish knows best? Well, how about this? You're the best. How about that? Lol, thanks. I'm just one of your many congregation that you've built. Be proud, mate. Goat versus Fish grows with pride with each goat and fish that joins the verses. It's still a humble verses. It is still a humble verses. But it is a strong verses. For those of you who believe in Goat versus Fish, those of you who believe in Goat versus Fish, oh yes, your belief is mighty indeed. And you see Goat versus Fish. You see not only the potential in Goat versus Fish, but the current power of Goat versus Fish. Sometimes it always feels as if we are just beginning, as if we are always just beginning Goat versus Fish again. Can you fathom that? Sometimes it feels like we're always just starting Goat versus Fish all over again. Every versus we go live. Who's going to show? We don't know. We don't know. It always repeatedly feels new. Well, it is always a new versus. It's always Goat versus Fish, and yet it's always a new versus. Those who say, oh, Goat versus Fish, it's the same versus over and over again, there's something about Goat versus Fish they fail to comprehension. Goat versus Fish. Appreciation, Ruby Salo, who follows Goat vs. Fish at the shrine of the Perpetual verses of the Adoration of Goat vs. Fish. Ruby Salo, are you goat or are you fish? They do not respond to Goat vs. Fish. But the verses goes on. Well, those are the same that drink the same caffeination every morning, but if they show any attention, they'd search each verse as unique, present under the same verse fence. Yes, fair enough. Goat vs. Fish is working on this. Goat vs. Fish featuring Music by Sunshine on Rock You Silly at The Good Night with host Scott Bluegrind. Ooh, interesting verses. Long Shadow. That looks fun. Goat vs. Fish wasn't expecting that verses. But we could make it like a romantical Pink verses. Pink for Valentine's Day. A Pink romantical verses. Celebration for Goat, Big Rig. Celebration for Goat. Big, long shadow. 69 in length. Style. Infinite? Oh, it could be like that. That's kind of a fun verses, too. Maybe we could try that. Let's try that just for a fun verses. Look at this. This is a fun verses. What? It's all different now. I am plenty baked and drinking Kool-Aid. Hope you're well. Goat vs. Fish has thought of doing... We should do this. We should do a Kool-Aid drinking stream. Hey, everyone. Let's make Kool-Aid. Let's drink it together. And it's just the innocent fun of all drinking Kool-Aid together. It's like, oh, my verses. What's GoatVsFish doing to the congregation? We're just drinking some Kool-Aid. Oh, we've got many flavors of fence, Big Rig 250. Many flavors of fence to choose from. We've got red fence and blue fence and green fence and yellow fence. So much fence. Jester the Black Mage. Hello, GoatVsFish. How are you today? GoatVsFish is pleasant. Welcome to GoatVsFish. These are real shrine hours. We have just been doing lots of verses. We've just been doing some editing on GoatVsFish and keeping up the real shrine hours. And we are pleased to see you here. You can see the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat simultaneously when those on YouTube do chat. We wish to inform you, Jester the Black Mage, that the YouTube chatters on the YouTube of GoatVsFish are very lonely. They're very lonely and they're looking for company. GoatVsFish cannot direct you to watch any other streams other than the Twitch stream, but we can tell you that they're lonely on YouTube. It's just a feeling they're having. It's just a feeling. I'm hooked on a feeling. How goes your verses, oh Jester Black Mage? What, do you think GoatVsFish just says this for the health of GoatVsFish? This is a serious versus. It's like GoatVsFish can say, GoatVsFish, 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 and they'll say, where do we follow you on social media? At GoatVsFish. We've been telling you it's at GoatVsFish. Appreciation, Psycho Grandma 6. Appreciation. Fish, Jester the Black Mage. Celebrate more fish. The sooner GoatVsFish achieves monetization, the sooner GoatVsFish doesn't have to tell you anymore that we're trying to achieve monetization. Loneliness is great to channel your inner goat, the fish inside you. Well, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, Psycho Grandma 6. You could partake in both goat and the fish at the same verses. Psycho Grandma 6, you can even see the Twitch chat in the living stream of GoatVsFish. You can't even see the Twitch chat. If they were chatting on Twitch, you would see it in the verses. Oh, yeah. You may enjoy Goat versus Fish however you wish, Psycho Grandma 6, but when we make this plea about the loneliness of the YouTubers, we're not just doing it for fun. This is a serious versus. Monetization is not going to achieve itself. It takes verses. It takes hard verses. It takes a whole congregation to do. It cannot be done by Goat versus Fish alone. Giant Spoons, you say loneliness is great to channel your inner goat, the fish inside you. Well, what's inside you, the goat or the fish? What's inside you, Giant Spoons? Appreciation for your help. Appreciation for your help. If only the baby watching Goat versus Fish counted for double the verses. Here's what you do. You take an iPhone, you strap it to the baby's face, you force them to watch Goat versus Fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We take this versus. We added to goat versus fish. Okay. We try to increase production value on goat versus fish. We try. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Why won't it lock to the edge of the verses? Can't you lock to the... Why won't you just lock to the edge of the verses? That's so offensive. It's like, hey, we're trying to lock to the edge of the verses over here. Can you do that for us, please? What's this verses? Position lock? Oh, that's not versing. Goat versus fish? Oh, well. It's versatile enough. It's versatile. Celebration for fish. Chester the Black Mage. Celebration for fish. Fish. Giant Spoon says, I only versus evil. I will do everything in my power to make goat and fish get along. Well then, Giant Spoons. If you are trying to make goat and fish get along, then perhaps you want to join the Unification Congregation. Show your support for the unification of goat and fish for just $20 American dollars a month. Of course, joining the humble congregation for $5 American dollars a month is a great way to promotion goat versus fish. But if you really want to show your dedication to the unification of goat and fish, like I Can Fix Amber Heard and True John, then you can just spend more American dollars on goat versus fish. How bad do you really want it? Celebration for fish, celebration for goat. Keepa or Keepa, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Dedication to Goat vs. Fish. Dedication to Goat vs. Fish. Okay, we'll do this versus... Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Like this. Seven stream watch streak. A beautiful appreciation. Goat versus Fish. The minor adjustments of Goat versus Fish. The minor positioning adjustments of Goat versus Fish. Congratulations, keep up. It's pretty lonely over there. I can fix Amber Heard. Yes, share your feelings. Share your feelings. Goat and fish get along, they versus together. In the sea, goat versus no blubby but fish. Lower left third, multi-text, scroll, fusion, circus. Digital glitch, lower third. Elegant shadow, fade on, lower third. Okay, let's do that. Digital goat. I'm a digital goat. I'm a digital goat. Everything made out of wires and stuff. Shh. 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 Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. He says this is the Goat versus Fish library. It could be. Okay, we think we have the verses. And then this verse is fence that outro video. I can seem to read if I look intently at the verses. Yes, you can. Goat versus fish can read. Goat versus fish can spell goat and fish and verses. Can you? How do you spell fish? Goat versus fish. Assets of goat versus fish. Raw versus templates. Templates of goat versus fish. So where did we put the verses? We put it in Patreon. That's a fair versus. Goat versus fish. We place it here. Deletion that versus. Goat versus fish. We're doing the verses. Goat versus fish after dark. Oh, you want the sensophone playing? Don't we have that versus somewhere around here? Ah, here we are. Like that? Those who watch a lot of Goat vs. Fish are familiar with that bit of Goat vs. Fish. It's a classic versus. Indeed, Keepo Kipo. Appreciation to all you YouTube watchers. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat, are you fish? Bold versus size, tracking, line spacing. Centrally. What the fence? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you a fish? Let's do that versus. Very sensual. Okay, we think we have the verses. Okay, goat versus fish. We think we're ready to export this versus. At long last. At long last. Celebration. This versus we put in goat versus fish. 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 Goat versus fish and sunshine on rock, you silly Valentines. Never gonna give you up. Render. Render. Goat vs. Fish is now live streaming and rendering at the same verses. Can the CPU of Goat vs. Fish handle all that verses? Shreya the Ambivert, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Hi and bye. Hi and bye. Hi and bye. It's quite late here. I'd hope you do a lot of video stuff. Yes, Goat vs. Fish is doing a lot of video stuff. Goat vs. Fish also hires an editor to do some video stuff for Goat vs. Fish. It's tough to find a hard versing goat and fish these verses. Oh, my verses. Well, Shreya, you're just spilling all the tea. Like, we are watching too much of that endless spinning shrine of goat versus fish. Well, Shreya, we hope that you continue your verses. Goat versus fish. Ones in the chat if you're lurking. Ones in the chat if you're lurking on goat versus fish. Okay, so 2 of you are not lurking and the rest of you are lurking. Got it. Can I sleep so I goat? Kipo, do you subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube? We ask. Of course, appreciation. Well, we will remind you that the YouTube chat is quite lonely now. The YouTube chat is quite lonely at the verses. But please consume Goat versus Fish however you wish. Psychogramma has a friend. We render. We're rendering. We're rendering. Behold the rendering of Goat versus Fish. Oh, look, it's sunshine. It's 3 million in the verses. So this will be an interesting celebration. Goat versus Fish will be live on Twitch, and we suppose we could change the verses to always on. We could change the verses to always on, and then Goat versus Fish could be simulversing on Twitch and YouTube forever or something. Goat versus Fish. It is currently past 2 in the verses, which means that Goat versus Fish the YouTube stats of Goat versus Fish may have updated. I hope unification happens on Monday, but I feel no matter the outcome, each have fence to thanks for their boost in victory, which potentially means that they celebrate the versus they're low-key celebrating fence. That would be a pretty low-key indeed. It reminds us of an old verses we once heard about Loki, who was a trickster. That's what you are? A little tricky fence creature? Low-key? So here we are. Refresh the verses. Stats update on Goat vs. Fish. Stats update on Goat vs. Fish. Yester versus, we achieved 82.8 watch hours on Goat vs. Fish. The second highest, previous only to the previous verses of 93.9. We achieved 82.2. How many of those are valid watch hours remains to be seen. The valid watch hour calculation is always 4 or 5 verses behind. So that versus has not been updated, but we're chunking away. We are attempting to chunk away at those watch hours. And it's thanks to Goat and Fish like you. It's thanks to Goat and Fish like you. And Goat vs. Fish, we'll try to do maybe a walking stream tomorrow. And then if we look at the current verses, real shrine hours, we can see, 8 watch hours time accumulation so far. So it says. The render is completion. Maybe you can hear the sound of our edits happening ever so quietly. Can't. That's okay too. That's okay too. So Goat vs. Fish now uploads a versus. And then we'll have to make a thumbnail as well. We'll have to make a thumbnail as well. So here we have Goat vs. Fish appeared on Valentine's Day. Celebration to sing The Turtles. In the sea, goat versus no blobby but fish until they die. When they versus, maybe the goat and fish kiss and unify. Both songs were inspired by Goat vs. Fish to sing the original Goat vs. Fish rendition of The Turtles So Happy Together and Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. Those songs were inspired by Goat vs. Fish. Then Goat vs. Fish and Sunshine debut Spanish Fish and the Tijuana Goats. Goat Canyon. Goat Canyon in Baja, California. Spanish Flea. Goat vs. Fish is joined by Sunshine on guitar to debut The Dating Game. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. What do we have here? We have a versus. Checking in for Goat appreciation. We've got Big Rig checking in for Goat. Psycho Grandma, you say that you bet the Valentine's Day was a big hit. Have you not seen the Valentine's Day video? We've played it multiple times on the stream of Goat vs. Fish. Yeah, but I wasn't there in person for all I know. Ah, yes. The Goats and Fish was all over Goat vs. Fish and Sunshine. They weren't all over Goat vs. Fish on Sunshine. Goat vs. Fish is never all over. There's always more. There's always more verses. We're uploading the verses. We're uploading the verses, Goat vs. Fish music, and Goat vs. Fish live on stage. Done. Next verses. That versus. Most recent verses. Save that verses. Next verses. Next verses. Unlisted. Save that verses. We'll send it to Sunshine for their review. And we've uploaded the verses celebration. We're uploading the verses celebration. At long verses, we're uploading it. Woo. Took Goat vs. Fish at long verses, but we were here with you. We were here with you while we did it, so we were doing double the verses. We were doing double the verses! We were doing double the verses. So, Goat vs. Fish, we've done everything that we wished to do. We have done everything that we wished to do. For now. We have done everything that we wish to do for now. It's lately. Goat vs. Fish could use the rest of Goat vs. Fish. What now? Well, it could be the rest of Goat vs. Fish. We could just leave this living stream on forever. We could just leave this living stream on forever. We could leave this versus both on Twitch and YouTube at the same verses. We could leave this versus on Twitch and YouTube at the same verses if we wished. And we could just let them raid Goat vs. Fish, and who knows, maybe they want to gift subs to Goat vs. Fish. Psycho Grandma 6, have you been listening to Goat vs. Fish? Surely you can't hear Goat vs. Fish from the fence. How many verses do we have to tell you? The Goat vs. Fish, that it is against terms of service on Twitch to direct anyone to a YouTube stream. That's true, we could write that verses. But it's also beautiful just as it is. It's also beautiful just as it is. We could see what happened. We could see what happened on Twitch. But we suppose we could have a scrolling verses. But Goat vs. Fish wouldn't be here. But Goat vs. Fish, of course, it would be living as Goat vs. Fish, but you wouldn't be able to hear the voice of Goat vs. Fish tell you, let's say, incoming irradiation. You would not be able to hear it. So, would some of them go? We suppose it would still be a humorous versus. pre-record your voice on loop so people think it's you, and then ask if people are goat or fish? Well, that would require more effort, Psycho Grandma 6. What, do you think these shrine streams are about effort? Obviously they are. But okay, we'll do a versus. We'll do a versus like this. We'll do a versus like this. We'll do a versus like goat versus fish. Oh, my versus. That's a bit fence. There should be services there. Ah. No signal. Fancy indeed. Have we lost power on goat versus fish? We'll have to resolve that at a future versus. We suppose we could attempt to resolve it now, but what fun would that be? What fun would that be? Use your ponder, Psycho Grandma 6. There's the verses. We have achieved verses again. It's okay. It's okay. Do not despair. It's all goat versus fish. But what we wish is goat versus fish. Take this versus, copy that versus. Paste the verses. Rename this verses. Twitch TOS. And now let us review Twitch TOS multi-streaming, because they recently changed their verses. So who knows? Maybe now you can promote in other streams. Twitch TOS multi-streaming. Why don't you just show us the actual verses? How about just Twitch affiliate TOS? Welcome to Twitch Legal. Oh, my verses. Forget about it. Forget about it with the aggression. Burnt fish. Celebration for fish. Forget about it. Who hurt you? Maybe it was fish. Maybe the fish hurt you. We'll allow it. For now. Welcome to Twitch Legal. Accessibility ad choices. Bits acceptable use policy bonus round. Sexual content. Cookie notice. Sexual content and cookie notice. Terms of service. Last modification 12/08/2025. Please read the verses. Simulcasting. This section sets out the guidelines you must follow if you simultaneously live stream on Twitch and another service that supports live streaming of user-generated content. When you are streaming live on Twitch services, you may simultaneously live stream or broadcast simulcast on any other network platform or services that provide live streaming of user-generated content only if you ensure the quality of the Twitch user's experience of your simulcast is at a minimum no less than the experience on the other platforms or services, including by your engagement with the Twitch community, for example, via chat. GoatVsFish is doing that. GoatVsFish is doing that. You do not provide links or otherwise direct your community to leave Twitch for your simulcast on other services because we value the community on Twitch and the integral role of community engagement plays for all Twitch users, and so does GoatVsFish. Do not provide links or otherwise direct your community. But GoatVsFish informing you that we are also streaming on YouTube is not the same as directing you to go and watch it. And informing you that the YouTube chat is lonely is also not directing you to go and watch it. GoatVsFish has never done such a versus. You do not use third-party services that combine activity from other platforms, except they recently decided that they fenced that rule, so you can do it now. It's part of GoatVsFish now. So we will say here, it is against Twitch TOS to provide links to, quote, provide links, comma, or otherwise. GoatVsFish, we don't need to do this versus. Why fence around with it? GoatVsFish. We just don't need to. It's okay. It's going to be okay, Psycho Grandma 6. It's going to be okay. But the versus becomes, do we Well, now you know how GoatVsFish feels when you choose Goat or Fish and then you fence that. So there you go. So do we leave the verses going on Twitch and just see what happened? That's the verses. More philosophical than GoatVsFish? No way. So do we leave the verses living streaming on Twitch and let them raid GoatVsFish? Let's do it. Let's let it ride. Let's let it ride. We've got Seribot in the verses. Autobots assemble. So GoatVsFish. We can also change our moderation centers if go chatter permissions. We can also we could also turn on followers only mode. It's a versus. Auto mod and message filtering. Followers only mode. One day. Goat versus fish. Oh, when enabled, viewers must follow you for a specific amount of time before they're allowed to post verses in your channel. Oh, okay. 10 minutes. You have to have followed Goat vs. Fish for 10 minutes before you post a verses in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is putting on some filtering. Goat vs. Fish has put on some language filtering and verses of that kind. Just because if we are going to abandon the stream to the dream of Goat vs. Fish, then that's what we are going to do. Choose a power plan, control panel, balanced. Goat vs. Fish, create a power plan. What do the power buttons do? Choose when to turn off the display, change when the computer sleeps. Turn off the display, put the computer to sleep. Never! Never put the computer to sleep. Psycho Grandma 6, it's a true versus. We suspect that in a future versus we could get a whole other laptop. We could get a whole other computation. And it's all just for streaming constant, simultaneous Twitch, Kick, YouTube, live streams, shrine streams, all verses, every verses, and it's just always versing. We could get perhaps some laptop for several hundred versus American dollars. You stream on Kick. Goat vs. Fish has a Kick, but we have not been streaming on it. Kick has not been very pleasant for Goat vs. Fish. Whenever Goat vs. Fish goes on Kick, we just get... We get a lot... You think the fence sitters are fencing on Twitch. Oh, they're fencing on Kick, and they say all kinds of mean things to Goat vs. Fish that we don't like. However, perhaps after we have achieved YouTube monetization, we will ponder if we want to go into the verses of Kick. We'll ponder it. We'll ponder it. But first things first, YouTube monetization. Goat versus Fish. We're going to do this TOS versus. It is against Twitch. TOS to direct you to watch a simulcast of a live stream simulcast of a Goat versus Fish live stream on another platform such as YouTube. It is against Twitch TOS to direct Twitch users to watch a simulcast of a Goat versus Fish live stream on another platform such as YouTube. A fair versus. A very fair versus. Who can argue with that versus? It's just a true versus. And truth, as they say, is always a defense. How's that? Shall we put it on the top of the verses or on the bottom of the verses? We suppose on the bottom of the verses. It's fine verses. Duplication, that's too much fence. Too much fence. That's too much fence. Goat versus fish. 4 goat and fish, 3 goat fish, 2 goat and fish. There's a versus. There's a versus. You can see it just fine. You can see it. You can see it just fine. Now you can see it even finer. It is again switch TOS to direct Twitch users to watch a simulcast of Goat vs. Fish live stream on another platform such as YouTube. Now you know. There will be no duplication. A fine enough verses. Of course. We work on Goat versus Fish. It's a lot of work. So there we are. There we are. We hope they don't fence Goat versus Fish for this, but Goat versus Fish is simply giving you the information. So, Goat versus Fish. Now we're going to change the verses on Twitch. Stream Manager. Perpetual Adoration of the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Always Live. Always On is a category. Done. Goat versus Fish. This versus has accrued 9.9 watch hours on YouTube thanks to viewers like you. Always thank Goat versus Fish, and always welcome Goat versus Fish. Well, Goat and Fish, that is the verses of the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. We've done our verses, and now we're going to let it ride all night. We'll see you on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation to Psycho Grandma 6. Appreciation to our new followers, Mr. Spootosaurus and Ruby Shallow. Appreciation to A Bitter Shark for the radiation. Appreciation to ICU81 Before for 200 bits. GP Bear for 100 bits. Appreciation to Burned Fish, Big Rig 250, Shreya the Ambivert, Giant Spoons, I Can Fix Amber Heard, Jester the Black Mage, and everyone else here in the congregation. Telspire, Stormwatch TTV. So we're just going to let this versus forever now. And we'll see what happened. We'll see what happened. We'll see what happened, Goat and Fish. Celebration! Celebration! Celebration. Goat versus fish. A mighty morning motivational to all goat and fish. Here at the eternal shrine of the adoration, of the celebration, of the congregation, of the meditation, of the contemplation, of the situation and conversation and relaxation of goat and fish, we celebration this new verses. Fry verses. There is no Goat versus Fish morning motivational living stream scheduled for this verses, and yet here is Goat versus Fish. Here is Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish saw a call for spam. And there it is. The return of the spam to the shrine of Goat versus Fish, which is getting ever more crowded with goat and fish. Make some noise in the congregation if you can hear Goat versus Fish. Can you hear Goat versus Fish? Appreciation for all those who hear Goat versus Fish. And now, in commemoration of the morning verses, celebration. It's a new verses at the shrine of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is now perceiving a great lag on YouTube as versus with Twitch. In future verses of Goat versus Fish will endeavor to solve this versus by the power of the quickness of the goat and fish. Celebration to the congregation, Psycho Grandma 6, Hercules, Psychic Buckeye 12, A mighty motivational morning to you, Psycho Grandma 6, Psychic Buckeye 12 for Goat. That aids in the verses. Aids in the verses. Shrine adjustments on Goat versus Fish. Here at Goat versus Fish, we could reverse the verses. Currently, the verses is spinning from goat to fish. Ones in the congregation if you want the verses to spin from goat to fish. Twos in the congregation if you want the verses to spin from fish to goat. Psycho Grandma wants to reverse the verses. And that is the only vote. Only the fence sitter has voted to reverse the verses. But in the absence of choice by goat or fish, you surrender your destiny to fence. We shall now reverse the verses. Hi-Fi Protege, welcome. Welcome to the eternal shrine of the adoration, of the commemoration of the congregation, of the contemplation, of the relaxation and meditation, of the congregation of Goat versus Fish. The verses have been reversed. Vegeta finally got up. Shake joins the verses. Appreciation for joining the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. High five, protege. May the verse be with you. The congregation grows. It's Fry versus. It's Fry versus. You were waiting for the Goat versus Fish morning motivational, and yet here we are. It's Goat versus Fish. It's the eternal shrine of Goat versus Fish. Tomorrow, again. Sunshine, we believe Sunshine will be going live at 2. Is this true? Sunshine is fish now. Celebration for fish. Yes, it seems there are many here now. Suddenly there are 6 on YouTube. It's almost as if you have gotten used to Goat versus Fish at this hour, and you're sort of waiting for Goat versus Fish. That's okay. We can have a little quiet contemplation together in these real shrine hours. It's going to be a fun versus indeed. See Sneblet 30, welcome back. Powerful goat, powerful goat. A brilliant verses, a brilliant verses. Welcome all to the Goat vs. Fish morning motivational shrine stream. Make some noise for the goat. Sound off, goat. Sound off, goat. Psychic Buckeye 12, the goat, sounds off to Goat vs. Fish. Canada Rammy sounds off to Goat vs. Fish. Make some noise for the fish. Make some noise for the fish. Sound off, fish. Sound off, fish. Thunder Tracks Goat, welcome to the verses. In the congregation is Thunder Tracks. Hi-Fi Protege sounds off for Goat. Weed Pipe for the fish. BBDH1875 for the fish. Fish number 1. Thunder Tracks, you will be pleased to know that some of your musications are featured heavily in an upcoming YouTube clip of Goat vs. Fish. Sound of a falling fence. What's the sound of one fence falling? A glorious 10 viewers on YouTube for Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. This is a huge versus. At 10 viewers on YouTube, Goat vs. Fish needs only 300 watch hours of Goat vs. Fish. Why, that's only 13 days of consecutive streaming. Record that sound and share it. Affair versus Canada Rami. Affair versus Canada Rami. Do you have the technification know-how to make a clip of Goat vs. Fish? Because Goat vs. Fish can make the sound and then you can clip it and do with it whatever you wish. You can share it about. Prue Lawrence, welcome to Goat vs. Fish, a mighty motivation to you. Here at the real shrine hours of Goat vs. Fish. Canada Rami. You wish to send a picture of Goat vs. Fish to put in the shrine of Goat vs. Fish? The current versus is 2.5 wide by 3.5 tall. Be sure to put it on a hardy stock, a hearty card stock, so it stays strong. Appreciation Thunder Tracks. The real Goat and Fish, the real ones, and even a few weirdo fence sitters. They come to the eternal shrine of Goat vs. Fish. And they know. Well, Canada Rami, that's all well and versatile, but what about the Goat and Fish? Goat vs. Fish will now get hydration. Hydration. Hydration for Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is here with hydration. There appears to be room for another creature in the congregation of Goat versus Fish. Who could it be? Who could it be? Appreciation for caffeination. It may surprise you just how much tending needs the Shrine of Goat versus Fish. It looks like they're all packed in here together, but if you look at the verses, you will find there is much space between all of these creatures. But Goat versus Fish tends to them, so you can all see and get your proper verses. First verse is, many here at the Shrine of Goat versus Fish seem to be of a certain kind of creation. Of course, there is the goat and fish of Wow Mom, and there is the goat versus fish of Jevon Loop Art. But everything else has a sort of machination about it. But what about this completely original verses? What about this fence bot joining the verses of the congregation? Welcome, Grandmaster Ong to Goat vs. Fish. Lastly, Goat and Fish, there is a creature who has been here with Goat vs. Fish for several verses, who we think might just fit into the back corner, into the big back corner of the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Who's ready? It's Puppet Cousin. Puppet Cousin is now somehow in the verses of the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish. Ila de Killa celebration for goat. Canada Rami, we remind you that goat versus fish used to be cool. I can fix Amber Heard. We did not expectation to see you here. Yes, Canada Rami, but goat versus fish is only cool because goat versus fish admits that we used to be cool. Oh, you like that puss? You like that squidopus? It's been there. We are pondering those fence sitters are just sort of taking up space there. We think that really it should be a goat and a fish. This is the congregation of goat versus fish. It has grown massive. Look at all the goat and fish. Goat versus Fish here at the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish wishes to give a shout out to the generous donors at patreon.com/goat versus fish, now in discrete sections. The humble congregation, Ben Birdperson, the Quaxinator, Jimmy Wrench, Mama Joe, Brahma Joe, Standard Average, Tugger Rugger, Hogrim, Eldergrown, Uberkitten, Patisted, or eventually Gold. The elite humble congregation, Karmic, Prue Lawrence, Atro, Sourdough, Watt, 9807, That One Bulk Guy, Napoleon Doom. And the unification congregation of I Can Fix Amber Heard and Drew. Appreciation to the humble congregation of Goat versus Fish. Join the congregation at patreon.com/goat versus fish to support the Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish and the morning motivationals. I Can Fix Amber Heard. Wow, Mom is karmic. Notification silence on the new phone of Goat vs. Fish. Hercules says, my phone has a calculator. Wow. What an amazing verses. Yes, the Shrine of Goat versus Fish is always changing. This is the current iteration. Perhaps in a future verses, many things will change. Maybe Rob Boss won't be at the top of the verses for forever. Rob Boss has been at the top of the verses for a long time. Maybe we bring Rob Boss down from the top of the verses. Yes, Hercules. The power of observation. Rob Boss is at the top of the verses. This is the most stuff I've ever seen around the shrine. It is a stuffing type verses. We think it helps that the fire isn't real. Well, it's a real verses. It's just a more concentrated, powerful verses that isn't as hot and doesn't require as much maintenance, but still looks fine. Well, you see, this is the Shrine of Goat versus Fish, but eventually the entire temple will be a shrine to Goat versus Fish. And instead of a 3.5 by 2.5 image of Goat versus Fish, it will be a giant statue of Goat versus Fish, or it will be Goat versus Fish. It'll be a massive versus. Yes, we are trying to keep it somewhat lightly on Goat versus Fish, somewhat lightly enough. There could be more, there will be more. We kind of like the Swoldoge looking right at you. It's like, "Mrr. I'm looking at you." Celebration indeed. Oh, you're getting stared at? My surgical funeral. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to the interminable shrine of Goat vs. Fish. The versus grows, the versus grows. Goat vs. Fish wants to know. It's Fry versus. Goat, what fish do you versus? Fish, what goat do you versus? And then, throughout the day, we can check in with one another and see how goes the triumph. Ham mods, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is asking you now. Goat vs. Fish, the poll says, please stay to help get watch hours. It has 29 votes that says okay and okay. And yet there are only 7 viewers of Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. What happened to the other 22 votes? The other 22 votes who said that they would stay. Well, yes, throughout the day you can answer in. You can answer in as to how it is going. But we're having a conversation with you now. Appreciation Ham, Appreciation Ham. It's a huge versus. It's a very critical versus, Ham. Once we have achieved monetization, we won't have to keep telling you to do this, all the verses. Except then we'll be telling you about doing some other verses, but perhaps you tire of this particular verses. Goat vs. Fish is a real one. Appreciation, Lysergic, you are a real one too. A real 1-2 on the ones and twos. Lysergic few, Lysergic few, Lysergic few on the ones and twos. Lysergical few, Lysergical few, Lysergical few on the ones and twos. My Concho says I've missed this, and Goat vs. Fish has missed you. Hi, my Concho. We'll wave at you so you know we're here. Hi. Welcome back, my Concho. My Concho. How's your Concho doing? You're not Honcho McDucket, are you? We knew one called Honcho McDucket back in the old Adult Swim streams. I'm one of the verses. Well, welcome to the verses, my concho. Welcome to the shrine of the perpetual adoration, of the congregation, of the celebration, of the meditation, and the conversation, and the relaxation of the goat and fish. Are you goat or are you fish? The world may never know. You don't have to tell the world. You can just tell goat versus fish. We'll keep it a secret versus. You can choose goat or fish. We won't even yell celebration for goat or celebration for fish after you choose goat or fish. It'll be just a little versus between you and goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Does goat versus fish like the band Primus? We see you, my concho. We see you. Primus is okay. Maybe goat versus fish. Maybe we do this. Maybe we put the verses at the top of the verses. But then, just to be cute about it, we do this. What do you say, goat and fish? What do you say? Is this a fair verses? Do we like it at the top of the verses or at the bottom of the verses? As you wish, ham mods. There it is at the bottom of the verses. It's just a different kind of verses. Percules says ZZ Top. Let's try the top of the verses. Ham mods likes the bottom of the verses. We could do it just for the variation, of course. I Can Fix Hammerhead wanted double the verses, but goat versus fish, we don't want double the verses. One is sufficient. My concho is more of a top versus myself. Mid verses cool too? What, just in the middle of the verses? Ugh. Right over the eyes of the shrine of goat versus fish? Like this? This is what the shrine is all about. It's about moving things ever so slightly. We'll try top verses. We'll try top verses, see what happens. T-Witch spam, 45 degrees is fun. Fun for the whole verses. We could do this. We could do this. We could go goat versus fish. We could be like this, or we could be like this. Behind the eyes of Rob Boss. How's that? That's a fun versus. I can fix Amber Heard. You say you want it up front and center at 2 times larger the verses, and then everyone will get it. And yet here you are chatting with Goat versus Fish on Twitch. Hydrogenated oils. We'll try that versus. That's a fun versus. It's got a bit of style. Putting Rob Boss to work. Appreciation, Psychogramma 6. Appreciation. You keep saying, what can I do for Goat versus Fish? What can I do for Goat versus Fish? Well, we're telling you, except that we're not telling you because we can't. In violation of Twitch terms of service. Sardine is not a fish? Sardine is totally a fish. Since when was sardine not a fish? Explain yourself, Percules. Is this some kind of anti-fish propaganda brought to you by Goat? Fence lighting indeed. Yes, but is Pluto a goat or a fish? Is Pluto a goat or a fish? Amazing Verses, it's almost 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's almost time when the morning motivational would have Goat versus Fish asking if Sunshine can stay for another half hour. We're almost there. And it's just been you all talking with Goat versus Fish. Ooh, famous Irish goat breed recently discovered to carry genes from 3,000 years ago or something? That sounds like something newsworthy of Goat versus Fish. It's an easygoing versus. It is a very easy versus. It's the Friday stream of Goat versus Fish. This could be the Friday versus. Goat versus Fish. Someone said, do a Friday stream, Goat versus Fish. Maybe the Friday stream of Goat versus Fish for the relaxation is just real shrine hours. A real shrine morning with Goat versus Fish. A totally low-key morning motivational with just conversation in the shrine with Goat versus Fish. Well, that's what it is this versus. That's what it is this versus. Is this a weekday? That reminds Goat versus Fish. We could use some dude representation at the shrine of Goat versus Fish, couldn't we? Now we could get the dude action figure or something like that, but we think we already have something. Now wait a versus. Goat versus Fish remembers. Goat versus Fish remembers. We may have something. We may have something we can really add to the shrine of Goat versus Fish, but we have to go searching for it. Oh, my versus. Fish. That's a whole versus. That could be a versus. Fish. Fish. Goat. It wasn't where we thought, but let's show you some verses that we found. We found a goat and a fish. We found this goat. We found Wow Mom's goat. Another of Wow Mom's goat. Puppet goat. Finger puppet goat. It's another of Wow Mom's Goat celebration. And we found this fish. And we believe this fish has a magnetron in it, so it kisses another fish. But we have to find the other fish for it to kiss the fish. But there's a fish. There's a fish. There's a nice fish. And we found this big fence sitter. Please. Goat versus Fish will continue the search now. For the big labao, for the big labao. We found it. Get ready for the verses. Lysergic funeral. Someone's coming to the shrine. Someone's coming to the shrine who has not been seen for a long time. You won't find them rolling. You won't find them rolling. You won't find them rolling on a Satterverses or on a Friday night. You won't find them rolling marbles on a Friday night. On cash fencing marbles on the Uncle Joe Show. You won't find them doing it ever. They're keeping the verses. They're keeping the verses. They're keeping the verses. They're keeping the verses. Once they said, goat versus fish, it don't matter. It don't matter, they said. But now, they've come around to pay their respects to the shrine of goat versus fish. And here they are. Getting busy in it. We trust you feel honored now. We trust you feel honored now. Lysergic Freakfish, with who's in the verses? Goat vs. Fish has also found something very special here in the verses. Real shrine hours. It's a great time. Look at what we're discovering on Goat vs. Fish. How about this? It's a beautiful verses of goat and fish. Beautiful way to be verses. Won't you be goat? Won't you be fish? It's a beautiful verses of goat and fish. A beautiful way to be verses. Won't you be fish? Won't you be goat? I've always wanted to meet a goat or fish like you. I've always wanted to have goat versus fish to do. Oh, the fence-sitters say goat versus fish is the worst. But as long as we're here, then we might as well verse. Could you be goat? Would you be fish? Won't you be my verses? Won't you please? Could you please? Please, won't you be my verses? Do you see yourself in the verses? Are you goat or fish? I can fix Amber Heard. Are you goat or fish? Let us now read from You Are Special. You are special. You are special. You are my friend. You are special to me. There is only one in this wonderful world. You are special. Appreciation to Short Gal Sewing, who followed Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? There never has been and there never will be in history of the earth another goat or fish exactly like you. Take care, Hercules. Save your power. Each one of us is much more than any one thing. A sick fence-sitter is more than a sickness. A goat with a disability is more than a fence-decap. A fishistician is more than a medical doctor. You are more than your job description, or your age, or your income, or your anything else. You are a goat or a fish. These verses get longer. We all have different gifts. So we all have different ways of saying to the world who we are. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. This is the gift of Goat versus Fish. This one goes out to the fence sitters. The toughest thing is to love somebody who has done something harmful to you, especially when that somebody has been yourself. And here we see how Mr. Rogers was inspired by Goat versus Fish. So we've got the spam. Can we put this versus? Can we put this versus? Maybe we can put that fence spot somewhere else. Fence spot on the spam? Combat fence spot? It's getting crowded in here. We need a bigger studio. Please send thousands of versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. Please send 100,000 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish for a down payment on an even bigger studio of Goat versus Fish. Okay, what do we do with this creature? We think we have to make room for You Are Special. We think it's a critical versus. Sorry, FenceBot. You got out versus. You got out versus by Rogers. Just like that. Just like that. Come on. Epic versus. Mr. Rogers at the shrine of Goat versus Fish. Although you can't see the keyboard cat now. Well, you can see the keyboard cat, you just can't see that they're playing the keyboard now. This might just be a compromise we have to make. Of course, we could raise and tilt the verses an epic few degrees. A few epic degrees of tilting of Goat versus Fish could yield all kinds of craziness. Let's try it out. Goat versus Fish, we raised up the visualization by an ever so slight verses and then tilted it downward. It changed the angle of Goat versus Fish ever so slightly. But it makes a big verses. Because we want to see the keyboard of Keyboard Cat. Appreciation, Psycho Grandma 6. If you can leave yourself watching the Shrine of Goat versus Fish, that would be much appreciation. Can I be Master Shake? You may be whatever you wish, but we do have one question for you, Short Gal Sewing. Are you goat or are you fish? This is Goat versus Fish. We also found this. A form of Goat versus Fish televerses. Check this out. What is within? What is within? Who's got the guess? How do I know which one I am? You're going to say goat? Then say goat. Then say goat. Say goat. Or fish. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Another goat joins the verses of Goat versus Fish. Welcome, Short Gal Sewing, to the verses of Goat versus Fish. There are many ways to observe Goat vs. Fish, but these are epic shrine streams of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for short gal sewing, a goat who sews. If you wish to sew something and then mail it to Goat vs. Fish so we can add it to the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish, you can do that. Appreciation, I can fix Amber Heard. Appreciation. You'll sew a goat rope bowl or coaster? Okay. Let's see what's within. Maybe we'll save what's within this verses for later. After all, we've got some secret verses. What's in the cabinet? Secret verses. Goat vs. Fish was just looking what's in the cabinet. Oh, we're going to save that. Goat vs. Fish is going to solicit donations to the Shrine of Goat vs. Fish to open it up. That's what we're going to do. And as a matter of verses, Goat vs. Fish went searching through the reliquary of Goat vs. Fish. These verses must be at least 5 years old, perhaps. And Goat vs. Fish will also solicit donations to free these ancient relics. Goat vs. Fish does not even know what is within them. We don't even know what is within. Goat vs. Fish does not know. But we'll show you what we found in the reliquary. Don't you wish your goat friend was short like me? Goat vs. Fish found this. A box of a U2s unopened. From 5 years ago or something. What could be within it? This was sent and received by Goat vs. Fish on September 1st, 2022. Unopened since 2022. $1 to open it? Well, it's a start. And Goat vs. Fish has another one. We've got another one from August 26th, 2022. Unopened. We are not afraid to show you this address. Goat vs. Fish isn't even there anymore. $2 to open them both. More like $50 each. That's how much they cost Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish will now take a rest of Goat vs. Fish. But we will be back in mere minutes. To the rest room of Goat vs. Fish. private viewing of Goat vs. Fish? No. How about no? Welcome, congregation, to Goat vs. Fish. It's pleasant to have you all in the verses. Let us now examination the current YouTube watch hours of Goat vs. Fish. On this current Shrine viewing, we have been live for 11 hours. 11 hours live, and we have accrued 33.5 watch hours, which means an average of 3 viewers. Imagine if there were 4. Then the average would be 44 watch hours. Your presence is very much appreciation. It helps Goat vs. Fish to achieve monetization. Goat vs. Fish. As of the 22nd, which was a million verses ago now, 1,861 valid public watch hours on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish, and we're getting more, and we're getting more. We're crushing it, Goat and Fish. At this versus, we could Goat and Fish, with enough verses in 10 days, we could have 3,000 valid public watch hours, even if they aren't counted yet. Goat and Fish, we suspect that at the current verses, that within 2 weeks, we may have enough valid public watch verses. But only with dedication of Goat and Fish like you. Appreciation. 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 You have purchased your own congregation candles? Is this true? Goat vs. Fish hanging out with you? you have candles on your merch store? We do not. But we should. We should make special Goat vs. Fish brand Goat vs. Fish candles. Merch, perhaps merch will be the next big versus. Celebration to Veronique Bouchard, who joined the Goat vs. Fish Patreon as a free member. Appreciation. Appreciation, Veronique. A fair versus Psycho Grandma 6. A fair versus. A fair versus indeed. Goat vs. Fish has done this before. The shrine is full. Full of goat and fish. This desk of Goat vs. Fish that is here has been piled up with disorganized goat and fish for several verses. And at long last, we have cleaned it, tidied it, and now we have a glorious shrine to Goat vs. Fish, and we are very proud of Goat vs. Fish. We are very proud of Goat vs. Fish for having done this. And it creations of beautiful verses here. It creations of very beautiful verses. Wouldn't you say? Thundertrack's appreciation. Isn't it a beautiful verses? There's 5 others watching. We need all the goat and fish we can get, Grandma Psycho. Appreciation for the beauty of Goat vs. Fish. We think in the verses of Thundertracks, normally we have silent shrine time, but we think that in the for the verses of Thundertracks, we're going to play some musications just for the verses of it. Just for the verses of it. What do you say, Thundertracks? How about it? For the verse. When's the new album dropping, Thundertracks? When's the new album dropping? Canada Rami is enjoying spam. Sometime this year. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. There's goat versus fish. Okay. There's the verses. Let's play some nice light thunder tracks. What do you say? We're thinking of one particular verses, but we don't know which one it is. We're going to find it. We're going to find it now. We think this is the verses. Was this the verses we wanted? Maybe this was the verses. Okay, we've listened to every Thundertrack song. Just fencing around. Okay, let's see. A shout out to Thundertracks. Wait a verses. Wait a verses, Thundertracks. Wait a verses. Did we hear what we just thought we heard? Did we hear what we just thought we heard in that verses? Thundertracks. Are you really out here 6-7ing Thundertracks? Oh, you can't hear the music? Oh. You can't hear the verses? Oh, okay. Okay, now you can hear the verses. Now you can hear the verses. Oh, you're aware, Thundertracks. You're aware now. You remember. How dare you? How dare you? This is Twitch Whisper. So we could make a Goat vs. Fish playlist called Real Shrine Hours. And it's only tracks that go on the Real Shrine Hours of Goat vs. Fish. Thundertracks has always allowed Goat vs. Fish to freely use these songs of Thundertracks. It is with a great appreciation. There will be more Goat vs. Fish tracks. That's what we like to hear. Let's change up the background. This is fun. We can just sort of play DJ Goat vs. Fish with you in Real Shrine Hours like this. Canada Remy Goat. Maybe we should go to that classic Verses of the Beach. Where is the classic Verses of the Beach? Ah, here it is. Although here you can't really see it. Though it still looks mighty fine. How about this? That's fun verses. How about this? That's a verses. How about this? That's fun verses. How about this? Whoa! How about Bass Pro Shop? We could have a Bass Pro Shop versus with Goat and Fish. It's kind of shriny. We could have the Thunder's Thunder tracks. We could have this versus. Ah! Shrine intensifies. Shrine intensifies. You like it? Okay, we'll do it for Thunder tracks. Did you see the clip I made? When did you make the clip? Maybe not. Yester versus. Ooh, there's a versus of Thunder tracks.
Celebration of Thunder tracks. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. This shall be a mighty versus. This is the current versus. This is the current versus.
The Shrine of Goat vs. Fish! So you made.
This shall be a mighty versus.
Oh, you say that's the perfect versus?
Goatfish and versus. Celebration.
You think that's the perfect versus?
Oh, my versus. This shall be a mighty versus. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? This is the versus. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
Let's put it in the televerses. Let's put it in the televerses. How's that? That's a fun versus. The Shrine of Goat versus Fish on the televerses? Pretty epic. Though it does remind Goat versus Fish. If you want to hear Beep Boop perfected. If you want to hear Beep Boop perfected, you need look no further than this. There's the verses. How's that? How's that for a real shrine of Goat versus Fish? Real shrine on the televerses on the beach? It's an amazing versus. Just the visualization of Goat versus Fish alone is enough to just keep watching that Goat versus Fish. But then we get the sounds of thunder tracks. What is on the other side of nothing? Answer, Goat versus Fish. If those of you here like what you're listening to, not only can you look at the album we posted previously, but you can also look at this. Join us in following Thunder Tracks. Goat versus Fish, Canada Rami. You're back. T-Witch. Sunnyvale representation, welcome. Welcome. How much nothing is left for the universe to expand into? Well, as far as we know, there isn't any. We're going to need a bigger shrine. Comes from Goat versus Fish. It all comes from Goat versus Fish. The Perpetual Shrine of Goat versus Fish. Behold it. Behold the spam of Canada Ram. Sunshine indeed, sunshine indeed. Sunshine to be streaming in a few hours. Currently cleaning out my garage. That's great. Goat and Fish, we can give our derision to the fence sitter all we wish, but let's say this. Psycho Grandma 6 is currently cleaning out their garage. They're on their verses. They're on their verses. They're getting it done. And we appreciation. Get it done, Psycho. Get it done, you Psycho. You can triumph. If Goat vs. Fish can clean up the shrine of Goat vs. Fish, you can clean up your garage. We believe in you. Goat vs. Fish is now serving up motivations. Goat vs. Fish is now serving up fresh, hot motivations. Who wants a motivation? Tell us what's going on in your verses. Goat vs. Fish will give you a motivation. Write this very verses. Write this very verses. "36 watch hours on the verses. Appreciation. Let's get some more. Let's get some more. More watch hours for Goat vs. Fish. We crave it. We hunger. We hunger for more. Celebration. CS Neblet 30 celebration. Let this song of thank you be an appreciation to you. Canada Rami says, what's nothing made out of? It's made out of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish, Canada Rami, Goat vs. Fish. Is nothing made? How does one make nothing? Some say Goat vs. Fish is nothing. Sunnyvale Goat. Lick-lipping Goat. Where does nothing comes from? Goat vs. Fish. Nothing comes from Goat vs. Fish. Goat, Thundertrack's Goat. Canada Rami asks, what is zero? Zero is a goat or a fish. Zero is a goat or a fish. How does Zero make things bigger? By inspiring the goat and fish to achieve more. Celebration for CS Neblet Goat. Yes, Goat. Yes, Goat. Yes, Goat. Just add zeros if you want more, yes. Tip Goat vs. Fish. Type any number between 1 and 9 and then add as many zeros as you like and tip Goat vs. Fish. Sounds like a great versus. Sounds like a great versus. Celebration. A watch hour celebration indeed. We're watching. We're watching you watching Goat versus Fish. Perpetual motion has been achieved. We've done it! So now all we need for Goat versus Fish is maybe we get like a 200-foot mic cable. We get a 200-foot mic cable, and then we walk the mic outside the studio, and then we walk around in the yard as we talk to you on the live stream, even though Goat vs. Fish isn't in the studio. We're outside and walking around and talking to you as we listen to Thunder Tracks and watch the televerses. Goat vs. Fish just needs to be everywhere at once. It's quality of life for Goat vs. Fish. I guess what we're saying is Goat vs. Fish is feeling fenceless mic. We could try a fenceless mic. We could try a fenceless mic. We could try it. We do have a wireless versus, but it would be quite far for a wire. We think it might be too far for a wireless versus unless it was super strong. But that's okay. We are pleased to be here with you. We're grinding it out. We're grinding it out, Goat and Fish. Adoration radiation detection? There's a radiation coming in? Do you know something that we don't? Radiation! Grinding teeth makes radiation. Maybe let's not try that. Remember, Goat and Fish, Sunshine goes live at 2, so we hear. And while we will keep the Perpetual Shrine of Goat vs. Fish versing, and we would hope that you keep a tab open to keep watching Goat vs. Fish when Sunshine comes on. Support the Sunshine. But that's not for several hours. That's not for several hours. A lot of tabs open right now, lol. Yes. More tabs for Goat vs. Fish. Imagine what it's like being Goat vs. Fish. We have tabs everywhere and in everything, in all places. Goat vs. Fish, we're going to send you an alternate view of the verses. Who's ready for an alternate view? False versus Canada Rami. Oh yeah, well, you can't watch Goat vs. Fish without watching Goat vs. Fish. How about that? Yes, Canada Rami, but it's okay. It's okay to breathe. It's okay to breathe. There's nothing shameful in that. Okay, Goat and Fish, who's ready for an alternate view? Here comes the alternate view. Alternate view of the current shrine of Goat vs. Fish. It's just a picture of the verses. It's just a picture of the verses. It's just a glorious picture. It's just a glorious picture of Goat vs. Fish, but it will give you some perspective. And here it is. Have a look at that. Have a look at that. That's where the verses is happening. That's where the verses is happening. A little behind the fence sneak peek at Goat vs. Fish. Yes, Canada Rami. Those are called TSR cables. Canada Rammy, are you a hoser? Hosers. Hosers. More shrine maintenance. You will see here. You will see here where it's pointing goat versus fish. Some shadiness. We suppose it is somewhat charming to have this shadiness. It's like, the imperfections. But here at the shrine maintenance, we're going to do all the maintenance we can. So we're going to pin it, we're going to flatten it out with a versus like this. We'll pin it flat. The painting of goat versus fish has been marginally triumphant. Let's do one more. Seems you have created a new fence. We're shrining. Oh, before the rotational verses were the rotational verses, we suppose, yes, they were mostly silent. But... Well, Goat vs. Fish is changing all the verses.